Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo. Damos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales en las
to ask you, please, to give me 10 minutes. I have one issue to sort out before we proceed with this meeting. It would be in everybody's interest, I think, for this issue to be sorted. I hope it will take no longer than 10 minutes, but I didn't want you to be sitting in this room waiting, not knowing what is happening. I endured that myself some years ago, and I know how awful it is to have the chair of the meeting disappear somewhere and nobody is telling you what is going on. But please be assured that the next 10 minutes will be spent constructively, and I hope to come back in here so that we can move on and move on quickly. So thank you very much for your indulgence. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement quédate en casa, que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Colleagues, I apologize most sincerely for keeping you waiting all this time in, I know, what has been a long day already, and which looks like becoming even longer. The circumstances were not within my control, but I have been trying desperately to ensure that this organization acts as it should. So when this meeting starts formally, we will proceed along the lines of the agenda which has been circulated. And I'll just wait for everybody else to come into the room before I start the meeting formally. But I just wanted to express my sincere apologies to each of you for keeping you waiting this time. It was not due to circumstances within my control. But it was for good reason. I'll give 5 minutes for people to get into their seats, and then we will start. Colleagues, I just asked the Secretariat to establish that we have a quorum so that we could start the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. The Secretariat can confirm that with 29 delegations in the room, this special meeting of the Permanent Council counts with quorum. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Good afternoon, Secretary General. I apologize for the fact that we have kept you waiting, along with Chief of Staff Conke and Ambassador Celia Prince and others, and of course, ambassadors and members of delegation. I just want you to know that the reason for the delay was due to lengthy consultations and in which foreign ministers who are present in this room participated, and that was entirely while we tried to get to a position that caused the delay. Now, I have the distinct honor to declare open this special meeting of the Permanent Council, pursuant to Article 14 of the Statutes of the Council and Article 37 of its Rules of Procedure. The meeting was convened at the request of the permanent missions of Argentina, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the United States of America, and Uruguay, to address the results of the electoral process in Venezuela as contained in document CP/INF.10251/24. Before we proceed any further, I point out that this House of the Americas is today honored with the presence of many distinguished foreign ministers. and I stress that I'm going to introduce them in the order of the alphabet. So, first of all, I'm very pleased to see again someone with whom I sat for many days in the General Assembly of the OAS in Paraguay, Her Excellency Diana Mondino, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of the Argentine Republic. Her Excellency Maria Gabriela Summerfield Rosero, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of the Republic of Ecuador. His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha Vasquez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama. His Excellency Ruben Ramirez Lescano, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Paraguay. His Excellency Javier Gonzalez Olachia Franco, I might have got the Olachia incorrectly, for which forgive me, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Peru. Similarly, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome the virtual presence of His Excellency Alberto Van Claveren, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile, His Excellency Carlos Ramiro Martinez, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency Roberto Alvarez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic, and His Excellency Omar Paganini, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. Colleagues, in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, we will proceed to adopt the order of business for this meeting as set out in document CP/OD-2506/24. If there are no further observations on the order of business, I will take it that it is approved. And seeing no objections or observations on the order of business, it is approved. Colleagues, we will now proceed to the second item on the order of business, which is to address results of the electoral process in Venezuela and consider the draft resolution on the elections in Venezuela of July 28, 2024, as outlined in document CP/DOC.6032/24 Rev 2. Now, colleagues, by way of background, as many of you know, we had a very long informal meeting of members of this Permanent Council this morning. It started at 10 o'clock, and we didn't finish until minutes to 3. In that meeting, all of us, in a collegial manner, and in an effort to arrive at a consensus that we could all support, debated paragraph by paragraph the resolution that was before us. I am pleased to say that we reached agreement on almost everything in the paragraph, in the resolution, except one sentence in one paragraph. Let me repeat that. We achieved consensus on everything in the resolution, which resolution is a very important resolution for what this organization collectively would say about events in Venezuela last Sunday. It was of paramount importance that the OAS should make a pronouncement on this matter, collectively, all of its member states together. We strove diligently to try to achieve that consensus. We did it except for one sentence in one paragraph of the entire resolution. It is, for me, a matter of great regret that we should allow one sentence to stop us from having a fully consensus document. One understands, of course, that the situation in Venezuela and its relationship with the hemisphere is a delicate matter, delicate for all of our member states. And each of us approach the difficulty from a different perspective. Nonetheless, we have a resolution before us. It's outlined in document CP/DOC 603/24, and I think it's Rev 2. Rev 2. That is the document before us. Everybody would have had copies of it, would have had a chance to look at it, would have had a chance to consult with their capitals on it by now, though I do know that a few of the paragraphs, 3 of them altogether, and then a further 2 were put forward this morning in the course of the negotiations. That may have put several delegations at a disadvantage in reaching their capitals for full consultation on those paragraphs. I understand that. But the nature of what we are facing in the hemisphere, what is happening in Venezuela, the disgruntlement over the election results, the allegations that have floated around, all demand that the OAS speak to this matter. We tried desperately, as I said, to come to this consensus, but failed on one sentence of one paragraph. It means, therefore, that we will have to vote on this resolution, something that I had dearly hoped we could have avoided, so that we could act as one in relation to what we do. Given the fact that we must now vote on the resolution, I am going to ask the Secretariat to give us some direction on how we will proceed with that vote. But before I do that, I would be grateful if somebody would give me a copy of the final text. I want to read the final text of the resolution into the record. So I will do that first before we hear from the Secretariat on how we will conduct the elections. Now, the draft resolution is entitled Resolution on the Elections in Venezuela on 28th July 2024, and it reads as follows. The Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, noting with concern widespread and insistent allegations of irregularities during the electoral process in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, culminating in elections held on July 28, 2024, reaffirming the essential purpose of the Organization of American States to promote and consolidate representative democracy with due respect for the principle of non-intervention as expressed in Article 2B of the Charter of the Organization, recognizing that Article 3 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter states that, quote, essential elements of representative democracy include, inter alia, the holding of periodic free, fair elections based on secret balloting and universal suffrage as an expression of the sovereignty of the people. Recognizing also that Article 11 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter states that, quote, democracy and social and economic development are interdependent and are mutually reinforcing, and recalling the agreements by the political parties of Venezuela in the comprehensive and incremental dialogue and negotiation process of the Memorandum of Understanding signed in Mexico City on August 13, 2021, as well as the partial agreement on the promotion of political rights and electoral guarantees for all, signed in Barbados in October 2023, resolves, 1, to acknowledge the substantial and peaceful participation of the electorate of Venezuela in the elections held on July 28, 2024. 2, to urge the National Electoral Council of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to A, publish immediately the presidential election voting results at the level of each polling station, which is an essential step, and B, as has so been requested by relevant political actors in Venezuela, to conduct a comprehensive verification of the results in the presence of independent observer organizations to ensure the transparency, credibility, and legitimacy of the election results. 3, to declare that it is an absolute priority to safeguard fundamental human rights in Venezuela, especially the right of citizens to demonstrate peacefully without reprisal. 4, to underscore the importance of protecting and preserving all equipment used in the electoral process, including the printed minutes and results, so as to safeguard the entire chain of custody of the voting process. And 5, to express solidarity with the Venezuelan people and to commit to remain seized of the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, requesting that the government guarantee the security of diplomatic facilities and personnel residing in Venezuelan territory, including individuals seeking asylum in such facilities, in accordance with international law, and in particular, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations and the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. That is the text of the resolution which delegations worked very hard to achieve, and upon which we will now vote, and on the advice of the Secretariat. Let me read the instructions I've received on how this vote is to take place. The vote is to determine if the Permanent Council approves the draft resolution before us. That is the question. Do we approve the draft resolution before us? The vote will be taken by roll call in accordance with Article 58A of the Rules of Procedure. I also remind you that in accordance with the provisions of Articles 57 and 60 of the Rules of Procedure, decisions of the Permanent Council are adopted by an absolute majority of the votes of its members, and no representative may interrupt the voting except on a point of order relating to the actual way the voting is being conducted. Voting will begin with the countries selected by lot by the chair and proceeds in alphabetical order in Spanish. The question should be simple, and it is simple. Do you approve the draft resolution? Delegations must answer yes or no, or abstain. The result of the vote will be announced by the Assistant Secretary General. 1 second. Costa Rica, did you want the floor?
Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask you which delegation will move ahead with the vote. We were not clear about that.
I'll repeat it because I thought I was clear. The way in which we will do it is that I will pick, as we have done umpteen times in this Permanent Council, I will pick a name, and once we have done that, the voting will then proceed in alphabetical order in the Spanish alphabet. The chair is proposing the vote. So we will shortly be picking the name of the country that will start the voting. The United States, you asked for the floor?
Yes, Chair. Apologies, but if you could repeat the text of at least the operative paragraphs of the resolution under consideration at this moment, so we're absolutely clear which text we're voting on.
We lost the English translation, so I'll have to ask you to repeat that when we've corrected the problem. So just give me 1 second.
Testing English 1 2 3. Testing English 1 2 3. Testing English 1 2 3.
The distinguished representative of the United States, I understand that the question you were asking is which paragraph we are voting on. We are voting on the entire resolution, sir. Did you want to come back to me on that before I give the floor to Peru and Brazil?
Yeah, can you read the operative paragraphs? Or circulate them? I just want to see the text to make sure that I know what text is under consideration.
With all due respect, sir, we have got the entire resolution before us for voting. There's no need for us to go by it from paragraph by paragraph. I'm sorry, to vote on any paragraph. We are voting on the resolution.
So it is with this, okay. That's all I wanted to know.
This is coming from too many sides. We are voting, as I said, on the resolution that is set out in the document which I read, which I thought was clear to everybody. It's document CP Doc 6032/24 Rev 2. It has been circulated to everyone. Everyone has it. Everyone has discussed it. And that is what we are voting on. Now, the delegation of Peru wanted the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Secretary General. Good afternoon, colleague ministers, representatives, and all who are observing this historic meeting. If I fully understand well, I would like a very specific, precise answer, Mr. Chairman. First, as we had planned, thank you. I want to understand fully well, Mr. Chairman. And like anyone in an assembly, first, I am using the words and defending what I feel is advisable when it comes to a vote. Would you please ratify for me that this is the practice everywhere? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
With due respect, Minister, I don't know what you mean by everywhere, and I am not clairvoyant, nor am I a far-seeing person. I cannot tell you what happens everywhere. All I can tell you is what happens here, and what happens here is the procedure that we are now following. We are going to vote on the resolution that has been duly put forward officially in documentation to all delegations, and I have read the resolution out to everyone, just in case they didn't have it. But everyone has it, and everyone has had it for some time. We discussed it this morning fully with every delegation present. That is the way in which we are proceeding. So I think I have a request from Brazil for the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask that we go through the Permanent Council procedures which preclude any interruption of the voting process unless based on a point of order. There was no point of order, and in the final analysis, we're all here implementing the rules of procedure as you, Your Excellency, as chair, has your right to do to ask for the vote. And inasmuch as the draft resolution was circulated officially here in the OAS, and you, Your Excellency, read the entire document. This is the normal procedure as we have in the rules of procedure. There shouldn't be any exception in this case. Thus, I should like to ask and underscore that once the voting process has begun, and this process has already begun, then only a point of order, and this is what I'm doing, this is a point of order, to underscore that only points of order can be raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished Ambassador Brazil. And of course, you're perfectly right. That is precisely what the rules of procedure of this Permanent Council dictates. On that basis, I will now return to the vote and ask for the ballot so that we can select the country that will start. Just for transparency, I'm going to close my eyes and stick my hand in there and see what comes up. This is it, and you can read it out, so it's not me.
Mr. Chairman, the country that was selected is Barbados.
So the procedure is the voting will start with Barbados and will proceed in alphabetical order of the Spanish alphabet.
Barbados, please, may we have your vote?
Abstain.
Thank you, Barbados. Belize, please.
Abstain.
Thank you, Belize. Bolivia, please.
Abstención, señor presidente.
Thank you, Bolivia. Brazil, please.
Abstenção.
Abstention.
Canada, please.
In favor.
Thank you, Canada. Chile, please.
Chile votes in favor.
Thank you, Chile. Colombia, please.
Colombia abstains. Thank you very much, Colombia. Costa Rica, please. Costa Rica votes in favor. Thank you.
Dominica. Absent, Mr. Chairman. Ecuador, please.
In favor. Thank you very much, Ecuador. El Salvador, please. In favor. Thank you very much, El Salvador.
Yes, we approve.
Thank you, U.S. Grenada, please.
Abstain.
Thank you, Grenada. Guatemala,
Guatemala, please. Guatemala votes in favor. Thank you very much, Guatemala.
please.
In favor.
Thank you, Guyana. Haiti, s'il vous plaît.
Haiti, please. In favor.
Merci, Haiti.
Thank you very much, Haiti.
Honduras, por favor.
Honduras, please. Abstain. Thank you very much, Honduras.
Jamaica in favor.
Thank you, Jamaica. Mexico. Mexico is absent, Mr. Chairman. Panama, por favor.
Panama, please. In favor. Thank you very much, Panama. Paraguay, please. In favor. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Peru, please. In favor. Thank you very much, Peru. Dominican Republic, please. Dominican Republic votes in favor. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic.
Abstain.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Lucia, please.
St. Lucia abstains.
Thank you, St. Lucia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Mr. Chairman, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is absent. Suriname, please.
We vote in favor.
Thank you, Suriname. Trinidad and Tobago, please. Mr. Chairman, Trinidad and Tobago is absent. Uruguay, por favor.
Uruguay, please. Uruguay in favor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Uruguay.
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Venezuela is absent. Antigua and Barbuda.
Abstain.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Argentina, por favor.
Argentina, please. In favor. Thank you, Argentina.
Bahamas, please.
Abstain.
Thank you, Bahamas. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the vote. We will give you the tally.
Colleagues, I will now ask the Secretariat to read the result of the vote.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 votes in favor, 0 votes against, 11 abstentions, and 5 absences. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, that means that the resolution before us did not pass. And that is the decision of the collective of our member states who cast a vote here today. Colleagues, we will now proceed to the second item on the order of business, which is to invite, I beg your pardon, the distinguished foreign ministers who are with us here today to give us the benefit of their views on the situation in Venezuela. And I will start with, at their request, the Foreign Minister of Ecuador, Her Excellency Maria Gabriela Sommerfield Rosero, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of the Republic of Ecuador. Minister, you have the floor.
Distinguished Chairman of the Permanent Council, distinguished foreign ministers, distinguished permanent representatives and observers, distinguished Secretary General of the OAS, distinguished Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. I begin my remarks with recognition for the governments of Argentina, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, the United States, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay for having immediately taken up, together with Ecuador, the urgent call to this special session of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States in order to address the results of the Venezuelan elections held Sunday, 28 July 2024. Distinguished Chairman, Ecuador could not remain silent in the face of the events that have occurred in Venezuela last Sunday, with its painful sequela of deaths and wounded after the actions perpetuated by the authorities of the Caracas regime. President Daniel Noboa immediately gave impetus to the holding of this meeting in this hemispheric forum called in order to promote and consolidate democracy of the American countries. The President expressed his serious concern over the lack of transparency and legitimacy of the election in Venezuela. The lack of or absence of guarantees in the publication of results and the impossibility of verifying the vote count have given rise to profound doubts regarding the authenticity and representativity of this process. That the willful conduct of that regime before and after the elections suggested would be the case. Days before the elections, President Noboa said that the Venezuelan people had an opportunity to elect their leaders freely, without pressure, and in a democratic environment. He said that his concern involves recalcitrant persons from the old-style politics who might aspire to perpetuate themselves in power and to keep the nation kidnapped and alienated from the world. Thus, the elections had to be won with valor and a genuine commitment to the country, respecting the historic memory of that nation, and not through threats or coercion. He also indicated that those who attempt to cling on to power against the popular will seek to perpetuate authoritarianism, corruption, poverty, and social and economic inequity, putting their personal interests above the well-being of millions of their compatriots who have had to flee their native land as a result of that palpable reality. In a gesture of solidarity and humanitarian attitude vis-a-vis our Venezuelan brothers and sisters, my country has received some 450,000 migrants, which accounts for the largest reception of Venezuelan refugees, according to UNHCR and IOM. Despite budget limitations, Ecuador, in keeping with the Constitution, has guaranteed the rights of all foreign persons with no discrimination whatsoever, working for their inclusion and integration. Ecuador has also provided comprehensive health services, education, and special protection to children and adolescents. $130 million worth of such support. The humanitarian, economic, political, human rights, and security crisis in Venezuela has led more than 7.7 million Venezuelan citizens to leave their country seeking better opportunities. After a difficult wandering through the hemisphere, in most cases by land, they've come to our borders, taking with them what they had on their backs. More than 6 million Venezuelans have settled in several cities of Latin America as their final destination. In that context, I reiterate Ecuador's solidarity with the people of Venezuela and with those who have been forced to flee from their nation, those who have been deliberately deprived of the right to the vote in the elections held last Sunday. Chairman, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, at Article 1, enshrines the right of the peoples of the Americas to democracy and the obligation of their governments to promote and defend it. It is essential that the community of the Americas demand of the de facto Venezuelan authorities an exhaustive and transparent verification of the election process, which must necessarily include the participation of impartial international observers to guarantee that the results faithfully reflect the will of the Venezuelan people. As indicated by the report of the Department for Election Cooperation and Observation of the Secretariat, and I quote, "There is an account of illegalities, defects, and bad practices that occurred in this election in particular," close quote. Now I open the quote once again. "The evidence suggests an attempt by the regime to repudiate the will of the majority expressed at the polls by millions of Venezuelans," close quote. In the absence of public documentary support to back up the data announced by the Election Commission, and to the contrary, the existence of data from different sources that contradict it, the report concludes that the official results are not trustworthy, nor should they receive any democratic recognition. Convinced that holding free, fair, transparent, and inclusive elections is the basis for achieving democratic stability, sustainable development, and social peace in Venezuela, Ecuador demands of Caracas that it comply with the Inter-American Democratic Charter and that it act in line with the objectives of the Barbados Agreements. The will of the Venezuelan people, the basis of democracy, must be respected. With the same firm conviction, my country condemns the harassment and persecution of the leaders of the Venezuelan opposition, criminalizing those who support and promote political opinions that are different than ones is contrary to international human rights law. In addition, it rejects the decision of the Venezuelan regime to prohibit the presence of OAS election observation missions and European Union election observation missions, as well as observation by former presidents of Latin America and the decision to deport other international monitors. The government of El Salvador considers it essential to ensure the total transparency of the election process in Venezuela, including the detailed count of the votes and access to the tally sheets from the election polling stations from Sunday's the elections of 28 July, last Sunday. Mr. Chairman, I'm honored to speak in the name of the government of President Noboa, and I highlight the fact that yesterday the National Assembly of Ecuador, with the majority support of its members, resolved, and I quote, to forcefully reject the fraudulent, repressive, and deceitful presidential elections in Venezuela, close quote. The transparency of the electoral process goes hand in hand with the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The obligation to see to full observance and to guarantee effective exercise of essential rights such as the freedom of expression and freedom of peaceful assembly and association, as well as the right of all citizens to elect freely and to participate in the conduct of government affairs in their nation is not negotiable. Nonetheless, these guarantees have been violated in these elections last Sunday in Venezuela. The valiant people of Venezuela came out en masse to the polls in a dignified and peaceful manner with the hope of forging a new destiny which they deserve after years of dictatorship. We insist their will must be respected. International observers who are recognized and impartial should account for the veracity of the results. The international community, and in particular the community of the Americas, but especially the sister people of Venezuela, including the millions in exile, well, this is what we demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished ambassador, the Minister of Ecuador. Forgive me, I'm so accustomed to, in these meetings, talking to ambassadors. I know I'm very pleased to give the floor to Her Excellency Omar Paganini, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. Minister, you have the floor. Okay, just so everybody understands, the minister is virtual. The reason why the minister is...
Mr. President, do you hear me well?
Yes, I do. Minister, could you just give me 1 second? I've just got to explain something here, and then I'll come back to you. Colleagues, the reason the Minister of Uruguay is second is because they had asked in advance for that to happen, and the Chair and the Secretariat had agreed that that would be so. Now, we are not going to follow the alphabetical order in which people have requested the floor. The reason for that is we want the ministers who have been with us all day to have the opportunity, as our guests, to speak first before ambassadors and permanent representatives. And I know, given the courtesy that we've always demonstrated to ministers, that you would accept that situation. Minister Omar Paganini, you have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. I greet Your Excellency, the foreign ministers present, and the ambassadors. I could not begin without recalling that when Venezuela was a full democracy and Uruguay had a dictatorship, the Venezuelan state took in Uruguayan exiles and influenced the international community to contain our military dictatorship. Relationships worsened when the kidnapping of Elena Quinteros happened, so there is a history that unites us. This is now easy time for Venezuela. And unfortunately, they will continue to not be. But when life is violated, all else becomes less important. And that is, unfortunately, the information that is reaching us and that moves us. So I'd like to begin my words on the central priority, absolute point, which is there must be respect for the right to life. This terrible crisis stemming from an electoral process plagued by defects, which, despite everything, could have had a hopeful outcome after a great civic celebration with millions of Venezuelans voting last Sunday, is becoming thwarted. The people of Venezuela have made a huge civic effort with a view to recovering their democracy. Even without minimum electoral guarantees, Venezuelan citizens participated enthusiastically and with conviction. But unfortunately, everything has ended in the worst possible manner. A president-elect was proclaimed without concluding the vote count. The original tally sheets were never shown, and the opposition and independent organizations were not allowed to carry out any audit. Very improbable numbers were presented, even with mathematical errors. The international community called for transparency and respect for the popular will, but their cries were ignored. Uruguay was among those voices and will continue to be, even though this may bother the regime. Worse still, the situation is escalating to unexpected or unsuspected levels. Confrontations are happening against unarmed people in the street. Those who go out to demonstrate are being repressed. Citizens are put in jail and are kidnapped merely for being part of the opposition. The news on persons killed, wounded, and detained are rising, and this has been verified by the United Nations Human Rights Council. The announcements and threats by the main authorities of the regime with respect to the leaders of the opposition are reiterated. They've been labeled terrorists. This generates uncertainty as to the integrity and liberty of these persons. The Venezuelan government is the only one responsible for the security, liberty, and physical integrity of these persons. In tandem, basic norms of international law and diplomatic law are violated. Embassies have been shut down, and diplomats have been expelled just because other governments have asked that the tally sheets be made available and that independent actors be brought in to validate the results. At this time, in addition to a large number of states who have called into question the transparency of the electoral process and therefore the official results, there are prestigious organizations and international agencies that no one can, whose objectivity and our impartiality cannot be doubted by anyone. The Carter Center has concluded that the elections in Venezuela were not up to international standards of electoral integrity and cannot be considered democratic. The European Union, through Representative Joseph Borrell, has called for transparency, that the results should be complete and they should be verified independently in order to be recognized. And the security forces should guarantee respect for human rights. The High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations has called on the authorities to respect the rights of Venezuelans to meet and to protest, expressing its alarm over the reports coming in on disproportionate use of force. In these sad moments for Latin America, Uruguay joins the international community, which is awaiting action by the Venezuelan authorities, the cease of persecution and political violence, and the reestablishment of a genuine process of redemocratization. For Uruguay, this is not a question of ideology, left or right, of blocs or of alignment, of political alignments. It's a question of human rights and democracy. Today, the question is democracy or dictatorship, transparency or fraud, liberty or repression. That is why all of the states of the Americas, the international organizations and civil society, the political parties, and citizens who believe in democracy, we should all demand of Venezuela total and unlimited respect for human rights, especially right to life and freedom of thought and expression. The voice of the international community should be heard, calling for transparency and the return to the path of democracy. Uruguay is a free country. We're proud of our democratic model of living together, in which thousands of Venezuelans have come here to be free and to build their future for them and their families. Uruguay takes them in as children of the country, knowing that they're leaving a place where they're not able to be happy. We don't mean to give lessons to anyone, but we also don't want us to be addressed or criticized for being in favor of rule of law. We call for a free and democratic Latin America. This is how we have proceeded alongside peaceful living together and the tolerance that this hemisphere calls for, always expressing ourselves clearly. We lament that it's not been possible to adopt a resolution on this topic here. We don't understand how there's not agreement on a resolution that is crystal clear and goes to basic issues of democracy and human rights. Latin America should feel ashamed. Distinguished members of the Council, Uruguay calls on the government of Venezuela for mutual and absolute respect for human rights, electoral transparency, and to abide by the will of the citizens. And we ask that all of the states represented here join efforts so as to promptly reestablish truth, peace, and democracy in Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now, in the order in which we had agreed this, going to give the floor to the Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic, who is also joining us virtually. Minister, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente.
Chairman of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Sanders, friend, ministers and colleagues from Foreign Relations, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent and alternate representatives, and permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to this Permanent Council meeting extremely concerned about the conflict that has come up during the vote count in the election held in the sister country of Venezuela last Sunday, 28 July. The government of the Dominican Republic issues an appeal to the authorities of Venezuela to, in coming hours, publish the original tally sheets so that they can be verified by independent actors. For the Dominican Republic, this is a fundamental requirement for the election to be able to be considered transparent and credible. Chair, each state is sovereign when it comes to determining the internal rules that govern their democratic processes, including alternation in government. Similarly, they're sovereign to determine the conditions in which they engage in relationships with other states and their governments. Both sovereignties should be interpreted harmoniously for the sake of the common interest. Based on these concepts, which have constituted an international corpus juris with minimum standards for determining the legitimacy of a government. In this case, it is up to the international community to, while it's not up to the international community to determine which is the legitimate government of a country, it can condition its recognition of a government on certain standards such as electoral transparency. Chairman, colleagues, words are powerful symbols that convey ideas and feelings that bring us closer together or drag us further apart. They create moods that can lead to dialogue or avoid it. This is a time to insist on an appeal to all parties to be sensible and calm, aspiring to a peaceful solution that is genuinely Venezuelan. Our region is internationally recognized as a zone of peace. This is an accomplishment that has cost a lot of suffering and pain and must be vigorously defended. Chairman, this Permanent Council should act decisively. Unfortunately, to adopt a useful resolution today, the resolution did not garner sufficient votes. This is unfortunate. The historical ties of friendship between Venezuela and the Dominican Republic as centuries old. Venezuela is where the father of the Dominican homeland, Juan Pablo Duarte, found refuge and his last home. For decades, Dominicans who migrated to Venezuela would find arms open of a people who took them in with love and warmth. From the time of Rómulo Betancourt, who boldly took on the Trujillo dictatorship, any number of governments and the Venezuelan people have been present in the struggle for democracy in the Dominican Republic. This is the moment to extend a hand of solidarity to Venezuela as a matter of principle and as a matter of gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic. And now I have the great honor to invite to take the floor Her Excellency Diana Mondino, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of the Argentine Republic. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, distinguished colleagues. The truth is that I'm very sorry that we have met to address the state of democracy, liberty, and respect for fundamental rights of Venezuelans, who at this time are subject to abuses and in many more cases than we'd like to say, violence. In 2018, the elections that brought Maduro to power did not have minimum conditions of transparency, and unfortunately now, about 6 years later, we can affirm in 2024 they've been fraudulent. I know it's a very strong word. The majority of the Venezuelan population abroad was prohibited from voting. Foreigners faced limitations. Any manner of difficulties already pointed out by the foreign ministers of Uruguay, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic. The fraud has been notable. The tally sheets that have been published, and they've been up on the internet for hours now, they've been published by the opposition, and you can see many of the countries asked that they be published, and now they're there. And the advantage in the opposition had an overwhelming advantage in terms of the number of votes. In the face of these doubts, Mr. Maduro, a few hours ago, brought an amparo motion before the elections chamber of the Supreme Court. Let's hope it's independent. But the resolution that did not even account for comprehensive verification of the results. Of course, this is a matter of great concern. I would like the cry of this Council today be enough. Enough today and enough forever in Venezuela and in all countries, because when the popular will is endangered, there can be no halfway positions. We know that one must denounce and take action, and that is what I'm doing. So, how do we proceed from here? This Council cannot be indifferent to the people of Venezuela, who have given us a show of civic spirit, going out to the polls last Sunday massively with the hope of once again becoming protagonists of their own history. I can't believe that we would accept this history being snatched away from them. We look at here we're looking at a resolution. There are deaths in the street. We have international organizations to avoid such abuses, organizations such as this, the OAS. And the members are us, those of us who are here. And I look at all of you and I ask, are you aware of what is happening and what has happened and of what could happen? Are we going to allow it? Several armed groups under the orders of the Maduro regime and the army appear to want to perpetuate themselves in power. And that's not new. The problems come from some time ago. And even so, the current doubling down is surprising. The rejection of and threats against political opposition, obstacles put in for exercising the vote abroad, There was the Barbados Agreement that was very recent and was violated. All of this has been the preamble of a fraud. This Maduro regime doesn't obey the law. It violates not only international law, but also the institutional guarantees provided for in Venezuelan legislation. He is a leader, the Venezuelan leader, who makes his own people suffer. Here at the OAS, we have one of the main instruments of human rights. The Inter-American Democratic Charter and the Charter of the OAS has upheld democratic institutions and the essential rights that every person has. Let's not be naive. Let's see how we can respond to this blow. And for my part, representing the government of Argentina, I vindicate the right of the Venezuelan people to enjoy competitive, transparent elections, and also the right of Venezuelans to live in a free, prosperous, and democratic Venezuela. Mr. Chairman, there's an issue of great concern for Argentina that should be of concern to us all, and I'm referring to the 6 persons who have been in exile in the Argentine embassy or the Argentine residence. I denounce vehemently and with passion the violation by Venezuela of the Convention on Diplomatic Asylum. Despite the required requests of our country, Maduro has not issued safe conduct for these members of the opposition who have been persecuted. They've been in exile or in asylum for 4 months at the residence of the Argentine ambassador. They have no assurances that they can safely leave Venezuela. This legal situation, which is so harmful, is now aggravated by the lamentable decision of the government of Mr. Nicolás Maduro that was communicated to us on 26 July to expel the Argentine diplomats, and not only the Argentines, also from Chile, Costa Rica, Panama, Peru, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, giving us 72 hours from that day to abandon Venezuelan territory, and this without mentioning the reduction in flights and so on. What is inconceivable is that he keeps the persons who have been given asylum to exit with the Argentine diplomats. This is in Article 19 of 1954 instrument, the Convention of Caracas. They say it's just an administrative matter that the Argentina should resolve. But how if they don't let them out? Do the asylees have wings so as to fly? In the Argentine residence, these 6 persons have had a safe residence for the last 4 months because their country doesn't allow them to be there, and with no justification whatsoever. Let me add, the resolution that was presented did not even mention the Caracas Convention on Political Asylum. We here, the members of this organization, presented a resolution without mentioning the Convention on Political Asylum. Well, given the total lack of guarantees, not safeguarded without safeguarding the physical integrity or safety of our asylees, the Argentine Republic sounds an alert, a warning on this situation. We ask that all the countries cooperate with diplomatic efforts and protection of these persons who have sought asylum. We have all seen this. Yes, the harassment has been continuous. Electricity was cut off. Hooded persons have come to intimidate. We've all seen the details. And let me recall, not those in this room, but the regime of Mr. Maduro, that it is an obligation of the receiving state to safeguard the diplomatic facilities against intrusions and damage and to preserve its tranquility and dignity. The government of Argentina defends those who seek freedom. Our commitment is unbreakable, and now they expel us. They leave us no options. Argentina asks that the international community fight for compliance with the international rules that govern the diplomatic relations among states. This OAS, I believe, must send a clear message. Allow the asylees to leave. Let's not be accomplices of this fraud. The regime should not be indifferent to the popular will as expressed Sunday, 28 July. Let's not maintain this farce. We need to be capable of distinguishing between good and evil. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much to the distinguished ambassador of the distinguished foreign minister of Argentina. Now I will give the floor to His Excellency Alberto van Cleveren, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Esteemed Ministers of Foreign Affairs, permanent representatives, delegations, Secretary General and your team, in the last few hours, Nicolas Maduro has unilaterally decided, and in an unjustified way, to take out civilian diplomats from Venezuela and has denied respect of this accreditation. This not only impacts the relationship between both countries, but it also implies abandoning more than 700,000 Venezuelan men and women who live in Chile. Alongside this, the scenario of the regime has referred to the government of Chile with reiterated diatribes. This is profound intolerance, and this is inappropriate not only in the respectful treatment that we should have amongst states, but this shines of or is denied respect. In this context, Chile could justifiably go along with disparages and the polarizing aspects that we have been invited to do by Venezuelan authorities. Nonetheless, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that because we know that this does not serve democracy. It doesn't serve our Americas. It doesn't help or serve the Venezuelan people, nor does it serve the millions of Venezuelans and men and women who have had to abandon their country in the last few years. What is it good for? Well, we say this decidedly that it serves only for provocation, but Chile is not going to be distracted. It is crucial to have respect for the will of the Venezuelan people expressed at the ballot box in recent elections. And I repeat, respect for the will of the Venezuelan people as expressed in the ballot box, no more, no less. And for that, Chile will continue to defend for the results to be known and respected, and will exhaust all diplomatic moves that move along that tack. The states of South America have to play a very active and coordinated role when it comes to this issue. We know that this is not easy. It requires flexibility and building a consensus. Precisely for that reason, Chile will continue to work to reconcile positions in this and other fora, because it is of utmost importance for us that the international community be of one voice, conveying clear-cut messages to the electoral authorities of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Without transparency, there is no democracy, and that is why it is imperative to immediately publish the disaggregated and full-fledged results of the election. It is true, in making this appeal, we are speaking about the principle of non-intervention of internal affairs of another state. This is fundamental in international relations. It is the very constitution of the Republic of Venezuela itself that specifies the exercise of democracy, which is the public will. This is one of the main purposes or objectives of the state. And we know that in this inter-American space, the right to a vote, and I quote, in authentic elections that guarantee free expression of the will of the electors, and I close quotes, is recognized in the American Convention on Human Rights, also subscribed to by Venezuela. Let's call a spade a spade. It is up to the international community and the authorities to recognize the disaggregated and comprehensive results and the details of all of the authentic minutes, to have a full tally of the electoral process. The regime and the electoral authorities have opted to speed up a ceremony and multiply the justification behind the legitimacy of the process. In a democracy, this is precisely the opposite. Only once the results are handed over and detailed and independent observers do the tally and the legitimate observations, then you can declare this legitimate, not the opposite. We're talking about the most elementary standards of any democratic system. And for all of the above, nobody should be surprised when it has categorically said that the electoral process in Venezuela has not abided by the international parameters and standards of electoral integrity, and that the election cannot be considered democratic, as stated by the Carter Center. As Gabriel Boric has said, the government of Chile will continue firm in defending democratic values and the unbridled respect for human rights. We do this because we truly believe and have a conviction to these principles, not because of any other reason. And the states of the Americas can rest assured that we will continue to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias, señor canciller.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now I should like to give the floor to the Minister of Peru. Peru has the floor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ministers, Secretary General, representatives, observers, Americans, men and women alike, who directly are listening to us through the OAS channels. First, I should like to express my full-fledged and unbridled, unconditional, as a citizen of my country, my solidarity with Mr. González, Maria Corina Machado, and the millions and millions, the majority by far in Venezuela and outside of Venezuela, that beg for and aspire to live in freedom and not under the yoke of a regime that has been around for 25 years. And I reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, 25 years they have been in power. And almost 15 years or 13 years have passed with Mr. Maduro and a group that is by his side. Secondly, for those who are listening to us, we are all responsible for what we say, for what we omit, for what we are silent about in the face of our citizens and as we face the public in general. And that is why I should like to explain in all detail what it means to have suppressed for lack of one vote Article 2B, and that reads, to urge the National Electoral Council of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to A, immediately publish the results of the vote at the level of each political station, for which this is an step. B, as requested by the political authorities, requested by the relevant political authorities to conduct a comprehensive verification of the results in the presence of independent observation organizations to ensure the transparency, credibility, and legitimacy of the election results. And 17 votes in favor. Thus, we have not achieved a majority. 11 abstentions. If the calculation is correct, 5 absentees. What does this mean to abstain? Well, in the end, at the bottom of it all, it's to not have enough will to express that you're in favor of a verification of the votes. That give the win to Maduro. But for those who have not, if you have this on the internet or do it electronically, 5 members of this international organization have given their position. So we ask why? Why the OAS? Why in democratic systems in the world, and especially in Latin America? Why in Latino Barometro, they tell us year in, year out that our citizens, and especially our young people, don't believe in us. They don't believe in us politicians. They don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in the representative system because precisely it's here. We've got 11 abstentions. People who have subscribed to the founding charter and the Pact of Bogota. In Article 1, it says everybody here is committed to underscore one word more or one word less to sustain and uphold democracy as the fundamental value of our countries. And further to that, years afterwards, everybody present here, and those who are absent and those who are abstained voted in favor of the Democratic Charter, an instrument which is precisely prepared, well thought out, to abort regimes that want to perpetuate themselves in power. And in this case, abuse of the and brutally use force, detaining, imprisoning, killing, threatening, throwing out, and everything you have. Now then, I am wondering if, by some chance, we have not read, those who are present, those who abstained, and those who are absent, the newspapers 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Do we not know the existence of Leopoldo Lopez 2 or 3 years ago, sought and who had to live abroad so that he wouldn't be imprisoned? By chance, are we not aware that Mrs. Machado, Mr. Edmundo Gonzalez, the true legitimate president-elect of Venezuela, have been stomped on? They have been stomped on by the regime's authorities to intimidate them, to imprison them, and including rejecting the generous opportunity, democracy, and with right to asylum of the people in Costa Rica, as was said by the distinguished minister of that country. Going back to the democratic history, and underscoring the democratic history of Costa Rica. Once upon a time, an old historian says that this electoral process was born fraudulent from the very first day. The candidacy of Maria Machado was stomped on. We had to wait for the brutality that took place 3 minutes after the very electoral law to speak to Mr. Edmundo Gonzalez and not give the dictatorship time to do its work. The Supreme Court of Justice was accused without evidence, and thus for Mrs. Machado, up to now, hasn't had any investigation with evidence. The international observers were not there. Observers who were invited to observe were not respected. They were not allowed. The undeniable trustworthy Carter Center of the United States was allowed in. And specifically, it states, and if you allow me, just so that you don't think I'm inventing this, let me underscore and read. The international standards of integrity, electoral integrity, have not been met. And in any of these stages, nor have the precepts of the national legislation been abided by. I highlight the authorities of the national electoral policy are showing partiality against the candidacy and the candidates of the opposition. The electoral campaign unfolded with imbalance in favor of the government in all arenas. The Venezuelan citizens mobilized peacefully on the 28th to express their preferences. Nonetheless, the Carter Center has been categorical in qualifying this process. I'm going to read 2 more paragraphs. This report has a narrative of illegalities, bad practices that were shown in this electoral process, and particularly are there, but they were reiterated in the electoral processes that were recently held in Venezuela. The evidence underscores an attempt of the regime to not recognize the majority vote expressed in the ballot box by millions of Venezuelan men and women. Maduro's regime, and I'm quoting this from the website, once again has betrayed the Venezuelan people. Once again, betrayed the Venezuelan people. There is no document that support the data put by the National Electoral Council. And on the other hand, there is information from different sources that contradict the technical aspects from the Department of Electoral Observations, and that the process is not trustworthy, nor should it deserve democratic recognition. Where does this come from? You were 2 hours working in the other room to persuade us that this should be accepted, and we didn't accept it. Who is this report from? From the Secretary General, the one who had the right, from Mr. Almagro, a public report. So, what are we saying? What are we doing? Those who aren't here, those who voted against, to disqualify the technical mission of the very organization that has called us into this meeting or been convened by various countries. And I'm wondering if this is acceptable. The entire world and our citizens, I want everybody to know they are calling for and they aspired for a free democracy.
¿Qué nos dice el principio de primacía de la realidad, señor presidente?
The very beginning says, Mr. Chairman, first, that any group with the Gonzalez group put for President of the Republic has at 12 a.m. today 90% of the votes from the minutes, the official minutes, that 39 points of difference in favor of Mr. Gonzalez. What does it talk about? Other principles of material incapacity. What are we talking about? That Mr. Maduro has not been able, nor will he be able to show his victory, because in the wee hours of the morning of the 29th, he would have said, the electoral authorities would have said that 80% of the votes counted from the minutes declared or had not yet shown who won. It was for the next day, the following day, nonetheless. At 11 a.m., without any act, Mr. Maduro was proclaimed by the electoral group that stood by his side. Mr. Gonzalez won thanks to the major turnout of the people and the extraordinary organization, the preventive work that was done by the opposition that could go back to the original minutes that are now there. All of us have to ask for it to be seen. And it has to be seen for the entire world. Official minutes for those voters. It is a fact. It's not an assumption or a presupposition. It's a fact. At this stage of the game, 3 days after going over the voting, we cannot accept bits and pieces of the electoral authorities, because if they couldn't present the 20% without having been able to back it up 7 hours after proclaiming Mr. Maduro, then what can we hope for 72 hours after? You know what? What we approved. That's what, or for those who approved, others, not us, not Peru, nor 17 other countries that are wedded to democracy.
La señora Presidenta Constitucional de mi país.
The constitutional president of my country, acted in keeping with the Peruvian Constitution and Peruvian procedure. Moreover, I'm going to make this clarification since the chairman has not imposed order in keeping with the rules of procedure. There was one representative absent. in a corner in one meeting, they told me, the solution is very easy for you. Give me Castillo and send a plane for him. I have it in a chat, Mr. Chairman. And with that pause of someone who has worked in these scenarios, I said, present me with a verbal note, which never arrived. And I might add, when Mr. Castillo was taken prisoner for flagrant violation of the Constitution of Peru, he went through all of the forensic medical exams. Not even the wife of Mr. Castillo said that he had even been scratched. No one in the world. I asked the Secretary General in a meeting. Not a single person, Peruvian or foreign. Nonetheless, 4 days later, 3 commissioners arrived from this organization to verify Mr. Castillo's health situation. Political, ideologically informed political tourism. I will take this as an antecedent because they say it is meddling. In addition to what we all signed in the Charter of the OAS and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The Tovar Doctrine, proclaimed by the famous foreign minister and honorable foreign minister of Ecuador, Carlos Tovar, in 1907, who spoke out in defense of the democratic legitimacy of Latin America, so that the governments of Latin America should abstain or refrain from recognizing de facto regimes that have arisen from acts contrary to democracy and the Constitution. More than 100 years ago, before the OAS was even founded, this doctrine immediately had resonance in the states of Central America, and the principles of the Tovar Doctrine were taken up by the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, and applied in the cases of the de facto governments that came about in Mexico, in the case of Victoriano Huerta, who overthrew President Francisco Madero in 1913, and in Costa Rica with General Federico Tinoco in 1917. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this is not, and it's been said, and I should repeat it, it's not the debate about whether any one or another person has one or another ideology, or if one is democratic or not. You cannot be halfway democratic. Now, concluding, Chair, independent of what has been rejected, standing in the way of the vote count, the original vote tallies give him a 39% advantage. Official vote tally sheets whose authenticity should be verified, and they should be distributed to all of the delegations of this organization. And so, this is not an ideological defense. Rather, it is a matter of principle. Ladies and gentlemen, these are facts that can be proven, and these are not mere speculation. I conclude saying that my country which, like many and unlike those who voted, or I should say abstained, we have taken in more than 1 million Venezuelans in their first exile. And according to our law, they have the right to public education, to public health services, and more. Even if their immigration situation is not in order, even though they might be in have irregular status, because that is what the people of Peru in our constitution and our laws have decided. We are proud of this because the vast majority of those who have come to Peru and stayed in Peru are workers, honorable, honest. Nonetheless, with the arbitrary measure of shutting down the embassy and consular services, they are deprived, or rather Venezuela or Maduro deprives his fellow Venezuelans of the right to obtain a passport or a safe conduct or to carry out a transaction, be it a notarial act, or to register a child as Venezuelan, the right to nationality. The 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, of which we're all a party, or the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And so we have 17 countries that we are one of that have voted in favor. So I would appeal for in-depth reflection, particularly those who intend to have the next Secretary General of the United Nations, or I should say the OAS, because you have what either you're ready to produce a report such as Mr. Almagro has presented, or you're with the dictatorship, whoever it may be, present or in the future, because with this meeting, Chairman, we're not going to vaccinate any country from fraudulent elections, rigged elections. What verification can one demand when all of the tally sheets are official and they're already up on the internet? What else is needed? Must a delegation travel if they haven't even been accepted? Some persons have not even been accepted, or representatives of countries have not been accepted, including from some of the countries that have abstained. So what we should do, because at the end of the day, we are telling our young people that they're right, those who don't believe in us. They don't believe in politicians, diplomats, representatives, and the surveys are there, the polls are there. They repudiate us, in many cases, to put it quite clearly, because we're not consistent. We say one thing in a petit comité, in a small committee, or depending on who we might be speaking with, and then we come here and we abstain, or we vote against. What are we voting against? That the vote be verified. And we took away, we didn't even take out the expression that you tried to persuade us on for 2 hours. And so what is going to happen tomorrow? What will happen tomorrow? Will there be more pressure in the street? Will there be more people killed? Will this be interpreted politically as a victory of the regime? And of those, and we, those who voted, are not responsible for that persecution and for the increase of the persons imprisoned and deported. We are not responsible for that. Each one, as a matter of their own conscience, should assume their responsibilities. Good afternoon.
Minister, for the first time in this organization, we've had one minister speak longer than every other delegation combined. We have demonstrated great patience and great tolerance and great accommodation by listening to the minister for so long a time express himself in the way that he has. But I have to remind everybody in this room that this is a multilateral organization made up of member states who are all equal. And we have to display to everyone in this organization, ministers, other representatives, respect. Respect. Countries have a right to vote as they see fit, including by abstaining from a vote if they so wish. They also have a right to vote against a resolution, as they have a right to vote for it. Everyone has pursued their vote in the way that they saw fit in their circumstances and in the circumstances in which we found ourselves today. This organization of American states operates by high standards, not by shouting, not by banging the table, not by accusing people, and certainly not by making threats. But we heard all of that today. Nonetheless, we will move on now to the next speaker, who is the distinguished the distinguished Foreign Minister of Paraguay.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, distinguished Chairman of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Ronald Sanders, distinguished Ministers of Foreign Affairs, permanent representatives, Secretary General, representatives of the observer countries. Good afternoon. We find ourselves at a moment that is decisive for the region. We lament that it's not been possible to approve the recent proposal on the elections in Venezuela, 28 July 2024, which has been put before the members of this organization for our consideration. Many of our countries have expressed their concern over the current situation in Venezuela. Now, we must take one more step. We must commit all of our efforts and propose specific measures for restoring democratic integrity in that country and the hope of millions of Venezuelans. This is the purpose that has brought us together today. It is often said that freedom is the essence of human nature. Without it, life loses its value. Even though we may represent states, above all else, we are free human beings, and we understand this truth profoundly. The Charter of Organization begins with these words, and I quote it textually. The historic mission of America is to offer to man a land of liberty and a favorable environment for the development of his personality and the realization of his just aspirations. In our region, millions of persons have been suffering for years under a regime that severely restricts their freedoms, unleashing one of the most serious migration crises of recent times. On this topic, Paraguay has full moral authority to speak to it because it has had the longest lasting dictatorship in Latin America. It was there for 36 years. In 2019, Paraguay broke diplomatic relations with Venezuela due to the lack of legitimacy of those elections. This year, we renewed our relations not because we had abandoned our commitment to democratic principles, but rather because we maintained the hope that democracy could be strengthened in these elections through the guarantees offered the opposition in the Barbados Agreement. Unfortunately, the Maduro regime has openly ignored the commitments agreed upon there, even vis-a-vis international guarantors. What happened last Sunday was a predictable denouement. Paraguay, together with other countries, had denounced the prohibition of opposition candidates. Key persons such as Maria Corina Machado were and later Corina Joris were not able to register as candidates. Despite these obstacles, the opposition was able to reconstitute itself under the leadership of Edmundo González. Nonetheless, last Sunday we were witnesses to what many will consider an election fraud unless the government of Venezuela offers the international community verifiable proof of the results that have been announced. Because there are clear signs that the will expressed by the people of Venezuela at the polls is not reflected in the results that were made known by the electoral authorities of Venezuela. The conclusions of the Department for Election Cooperation and Observation of the OAS regarding the Venezuelan elections shows that there's no public documentary support that supports the results announced by the CNE, and to the contrary, there's information from a variety of sources that contradict that information. Plus, what has occurred shows once again that the National Election Council, its authorities, and the election system in Venezuela is biased and is at the service of the national executive and not at the service of the citizenry. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment is not with any particular candidate. Our commitment is to the truth and to the will of the Venezuelan people. For this reason, we require transparency in the elections, that there be respect for the popular will, that the National Electoral Council present the tally sheets and reflect in detail the vote counts. And this is, in no way is this meddling in internal affairs, because the sovereignty of each state resides in the citizenry, not in the imposition of the will of a given individual or group over the freedom of all others. Our solidarity with the people of Venezuela is total, and we will back the legitimate government, the one that these Venezuelan citizens, they themselves, may choose. The charter of our organization imposes on us the responsibility to foster an order of peace and justice in the hemisphere, to promote and consolidate representative democracy, and above all else, it requires that obligates us to defend human rights. This is a duty that goes beyond our own borders. For this reason, we issue an appeal to refrain from violence against its own population, and the right of Venezuelan citizens to demonstrate freely without fear of reprisals should be guaranteed. I'd like to highlight and recognize, finally, the value and the valor and the determination of the Venezuelan people who participated in an exemplary fashion in the recent elections. Their commitment to the democratic process, despite the adversities, is worthy of our admiration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister, for a statement delivered firmly, clearly, and with grace. Thank you again for that. Now I give the floor to the distinguished Foreign Minister of Guatemala.
Guatemala, si puede por favor solicitar la palabra nuevamente.
If Guatemala could please ask for the floor once again.
Please, we'll try to solve this in a minute. Look, while we are sorting this out, I think we can move on to the next person on our list. Is the Foreign Minister of Panama available now? Foreign Minister, thank you very much. You may have the floor, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman of the Council. Good afternoon, Secretary General of the OAS, foreign ministers, and ambassadors to the OAS. The Organization of American States meeting today is facing major, important decisions, and I would dare characterize them as historic. In these solemn hours in which the majority of the sister Venezuelan people are struggling for their right to have their vote respected, votes placed at the polling places with great hope to find a peaceful solution to a lengthy crisis. One should demand that there be an end, that an end be put to the mockery that has been sought to be presented as a consummated fact on the night of July 28th and in the following days. Today, here, the motive of the controversy was a short paragraph in which we simply sought for there to be independent, but that in an independent manner, respecting the autonomy of each government, that an accurate audit of what has happened be allowed. It's a shame that it was not possible to reach a consensus for the benefit of democracy in Venezuela and the entire hemisphere. There have been 17 votes in favor, 11 abstentions, and 5 absent, all legitimate. In this number of countries, unfortunately, we have experienced something similar to what the Venezuelan people are going through today. From the bottom of my heart, I wish that none of those who are here today, that none of our citizens should have to flee their countries because one person and his gang wish to monopolize power eternally, because that would mean that we would not be citizens. We'd be slaves. We were demanding that there be a review of the tally sheets, and we demand that they do so with the presence of the opposition, that the votes cast be counted and respected, and that it be known how Venezuelans voted on 28 July. Now, if some isolated spokespersons of the hemisphere have spoken about the decadence of the OAS, this is the time to say that we have to fight for its good health. Today, 17 of our countries have begun the struggle to give this organization a credible future, a future that can mediate in crises going forward. The Venezuelan people hope to hear our voice in their search for the truth, and this should be a resounding majority voice. The words that were expected from this meeting and coming meetings to be called should not be analyzed solely in light of the events that have come down, but also, and above all else, in light of their meaning in the face for millions of Venezuelans and the rest of the persons of the Americas. On behalf of my government, of President Mulino, and of all Panamanian citizens, I ask those here, what would the consequences be if the international community were to somehow validate what happened at the end of the 28th July? The consequences would be catastrophic for democracy and for our institutions, this edifice that has cost so much to raise up and which is so vulnerable to being shaken by those who do not accept democracy. If this abuse is consummated, the consequences are foreseeable. The disaffection of citizens and the loss of moral authority of the leaders. In addition, there is a feeling among the people of Venezuela that we have abandoned them. And among our fellow citizens, the notion is that impunity will never be defeated. And in a practical and no doubt immediate way, the condemnation of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Venezuelans to a new exodus to many of the countries here present, an exodus we're already experiencing. These persons are condemned to leaving behind their parents and grandparents and to put their few possessions into suitcases and backpacks so as to cross the border to remote lands. The brothers and sisters of Venezuela are condemned to perceiving of electoral democracy. Are they condemned to thinking of it as utopian thinking? Are our Venezuelan brothers and sisters necessarily set for irremediable pessimism? The answer to this question is no, and I'm grateful for the 17 votes in favor of hope and democracy. And I sincerely hope that those who could not join the consensus today can reflect, all of you, know that the people of Venezuela are right. Many of those present here, many in my own country, are experiencing a dictatorship. It's necessary that this Organization of American States meeting in Washington emerge as the voice of the millions of Venezuelans who trusted in the rules that were announced for the 28th of July, rules that were drafted by the regime that today wants to violate the verdict of the polls, despite the reasons they had to be discouraged because of some of the precedents. The international community called on them to go to the elections. They trusted in that civic, democratic, transparent election day. They left their homes with a desire to vote. President Mulino, when he began his political career in the late 1980s, confessed to me that Panama felt abandoned in the worst moment of its life as a republic in the 20th century. Please, let us not abandon Venezuela, as many countries abandon us. Many countries that suffered coups d'etats recently. The entire hemisphere turned to support institutions. We are tied to very human nature, which itself is imperfect and fragile. We who are here know this. But for that same reason, one must always insist on limits, which are also a moral compass. The rules of getting along, of living together. Without this, all we have is the law of the jungle. And one of the most basic of these, along with the right to life and the right to liberty, is respect for the decision of the citizens as expressed at the polls. I'm getting to the end, Mr. Chairman. Our words must be said time and again, written time and again. But we must never now or ever abandon the stretching out of our hand and abandoning reconciliation, always under democracy. One cannot modify the circumstance of where you are from, but you can help determine where you are headed. And the Venezuelan people want to go to a democracy. With this phrase, I wish to symbolize that for however numerous and obscure or dark have been the suffering of the Venezuelans, the children of Venezuela, under one or another political sign, are called upon to reach an understanding and to cure wounds under democracy. For this, they will have the embrace of the nations of the Americas, so long as the path is marked by democracy and liberty, which is what we demand today in this major meeting, in this lofty forum. Finally, as representatives freely elected by the citizens and with legitimacy granted to us by the Charter of the Organization of American States, we urge the electoral authorities to comply their duty and to proceed to publish the original vote tallies. Human rights must be respected in Venezuela. Persecution against the leaders of the opposition and activists must cease. Today, in Venezuela, there is more concentration of power. Today, in Venezuela, there is more repression against the opposition. Today, in Venezuela, there's less freedom of expression. Today, it can be said that the July 28th elections were fraudulent. Today, we have been called here to fight for that democracy of Venezuelans because it is the democracy of all of us Latin Americans. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, the distinguished Foreign Minister of Panama. And now I give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Guatemala, who I hope is now with us by the Kudu platform. Foreign Minister, if you can hear me, you have the floor, sir.
Sí, adelante, escuchamos. Si pueden encender. Guatemala, ¿me escuchan?
Guatemala, can you hear me? Good evening. We can hear you, but what we don't have is the camera. If I can make my comments just speaking with my voice.
Minister, as much as we would like to see you, we're much more interested in hearing you. So may I please ask you to proceed to speak? We are waiting with bated breath for what you have to say. So please proceed.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Santos, and good evening. A warm greeting to your excellencies, foreign ministers, to the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, and to the distinguished delegates. My delegation truly appreciates the opportunity to have this meeting, of this special meeting of the Permanent Council, to address the electoral process in Venezuela. My country has been one of the persons who requested this meeting to quickly follow up after getting the results from the National Electoral Council in Venezuela last Sunday on the 28th. Guatemala, with other countries of the region and respecting its autonomy, would like the electoral process in Venezuela to be seen, and we would like the votes to be counted with the guarantees and to truly respect the will of the Venezuelan people who expressed their will in the voting at the ballot box. Only by counting the votes and having things transparent with delegates from all can we move forward. Guatemala recognizes the Venezuelan people, and voting was done peacefully. Nonetheless, we are deeply concerned with the results from the National Electoral Council from Venezuela, which proclaimed, in the midst of fraud and irregularities, Mr. Nicolas Maduro as president of Venezuela. Unfortunately, once again, it's clear for Nicolas Maduro's regime that an electoral process has gone forth without the necessary guarantees, without the participation of all the powers of the country with integrity when counting the votes, and without any international far-reaching adequate observations. Distinguished representative, Guatemala, firm in the voice, underscores the importance of an impartial verification of the tally sheets with the results. And that is why we request the Venezuelan authorities to support this democratic process, to be clear about it, to publish the disaggregated data from the polling stations, which will contribute to transparency, certainty, and legitimacy of the electoral process. We categorically reject all those actions that perpetuate a regime of impunity and corruption. My country firmly defends the respect of the popular will, as was expressed by the President Arevalo in the Permanent Council meeting. I quote, "The fight for democracy should be for the entire continent," end quote. This is not an ideological question, as has already been mentioned. It is a principle, and in this case, the principle that is wedded to democracy. So in this regard, Guatemala regrets that in this special meeting, a resolution has not been adopted on this topic, considering the importance of expressing our commitment to democratic principles and unity as a region in the defense of democracy and respect for the popular will. We reiterate reestablishment of democracy in Venezuela will only be possible through free, fair, and credible presidential elections that have a national electoral council that is independent and with all the necessary guarantees to ensure a process. We make a clarion call to all the authorities to avoid violence in the streets and to seek dialogue through peaceful means. Peace, stability, and democracy in Venezuela are important for our region. Guatemala and the international community hope that transparency, electoral guarantees prevail for all sectors so that there's no shadow of a doubt as to the tally. Guatemala, as a country that has fought against authoritarianism and corruption, underscores that democracy can only be done the voice of the people, because the essence of democracy is in the very will that is the free exercise of votes of citizens and the knowledge that they can speak in their name and that they can accept their rights. Thank you very much.
Foreign Minister of Guatemala. And now I open the floor to delegates here in the room, and I would like to offer the floor, if I may first, to the distinguished representative of the United States of America. Not in the room? Not in the room, okay. Then we will move on to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone, especially to the foreign ministers and all who are with them. Good afternoon to all my colleagues, ambassadors here at the OAS, Secretary General, and greetings to all who are present. and for those who are accompanying us, seeing us this morning, and the discussion that we had with regard to what was going to be a draft resolution. We expressed and we said that after we publicly heard the points of this organization through the Secretary General and via the report of DECO that was circulated in countries. It's complex to have the OAS as an impartial organization, but we also said that it was complex to have a resolution against a country that is not present. No matter how much they were counted, but this is still a conversation that we have pending with regards to the renunciation of the charter that Venezuela made and with regards to this denunciation that was done thereafter. This is so much so that when we gave our opinion here, we said that the team of ministers in Colombia, the Ministry of Foreign Relations, had the idea that we would abstain. But we also said that we wanted to underscore the arguments put by Chile and Costa Rica at the time with regards to the draft resolution, and that we hoped, no matter what, to have the final word from the ministry. Finally, I got that. The minister expressed that on behalf of the Colombian government and given instructions precisely from the president that we would follow up the Venezuelan electoral process, always bearing in mind the autonomy of countries, and that because of that, they would ask the Venezuelan authorities to respect the democratic process with evidence and with tools that the constitution of the country would allow for. What for? To have a dialogue amongst the parties and avoid violence in the streets, because it's crucial to move forward based on agreements, and for the peace of Venezuela that needs to recognize all of the tally sheets of the final results and requires that all of the tally sheets be audited for the entire world, for everyone, for the international community, and that the Venezuelan people hoped that guarantees, electoral guarantees and transparency for everyone would prevail, and that there would be no shadow of a doubt as to the tally sheets on the ballot box. And this is the position of the Colombian ministry. We are in solidarity with the Venezuelan people. We don't have any shadow of a doubt that we need the truth, that the truth prevails, and we will accompany and go along hand in hand with the truth when we see the facts that are announced are also transparent and established. With regards to the topic, my delegation would like to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, the statement made today with President Urego, and that I'm going to read for all of you so that it is included in the minutes. And it states as follows. There are no doubts about the Venezuelan electoral process that can take its people to a profound polarization with grave consequences for permanent division in the country, which has been united oftentimes in history. I would invite the Venezuelan government to permit that the elections end up in peace, allowing for a transparent tally with a vote count, tally sheets, and the transparency of all the political powers of the country and international professional observation. Whilst this process takes place, tranquility can prevail for all citizens and put down violence that leads to death until we have a full count and this officially ends the elections. We propose, in all due respect, to strike an agreement between the government and the opposition, which allows for full-fledged respect to those who have lost the elections. This agreement can be submitted as a unilateral declaration of the state to the United Nations Security Council. I would like to ask the government of the United States to suspend the blockades and the decisions against Venezuelan citizens. The blockade is an anti-human measure which only leads to more hunger, more violence of what is already there, and promotes the massive exodus of peoples. Immigration to the United States from Latin America will substantially be undermined, or will be reduced, I should say, when the blockades are taken. People know how to take their decisions. The current situation of the world, where international rights are broken, assassinating children with impunity, and where sister peoples have to deal with people who carry arms, and where people do not think about human life, can make the Caribbean a hotbed of violence and instability that has to confront foreign forces that come into our lands and our history. The Colombian people know from their own history of the gravity of violent polarization built on sectarianism. We had 75 years of violence, which was almost permanent, with more than 700,000 deaths. Since that time, in a society and a state that has gone through deep-seated degradation, and here I would add 8.5 million displaced. I'm adding that myself. And then the President Petro continues, this cannot happen in our sister country and should definitively end in Colombia. Anything that happens in Venezuela will affect Colombia and vice versa. As the Venezuelan government has helped the peace in Colombia, now this government that I represent would like to help with a move towards peace in Venezuela. Latin America should be a region of democracy, freedom, and peace. This was the final clarion of the liberator Bolivar, and this flag should be lifted for our peoples. President Maduro today has a major responsibility to remember the spirit of Chavez and to allow that the Venezuelan people return to tranquility whilst elections end calmly, and then accept the transparent results, no matter what they are. The count at the end of all electoral processes, something that should be transparent and should ensure peace and democracy. I'm all for peace and democracy in Venezuela, and that's where the communique ends, Mr. Chairman. And this is just to say that this is the true position of Colombia, which was not well or properly interpreted, but really moves us deeply. And this is topic proof where the facts are shown, and this is why Colombia still has not recognized the comments made by the Electoral Council in Venezuela, but with the tally sheets, they have to be published, and with the ballot or the vote count done with observations, recognizing the opponents as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the distinguished ambassador of Colombia. And now I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished Assistant Secretary of the United States of America, our good friend Brian Nichols. Your floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your wise and sober management of this challenging topic. And thank you to all the ministers who have traveled a long way on very short notice to attend this special permanent council, and to those ministers who are participating virtually. They're doing so because they realize the critical moment Venezuela, a founding member of the Organization of American States, faces in the wake of its presidential election last Sunday. They have stressed that this moment and this challenge goes to the core of one of our central missions here at the OAS, protecting and defending democracy. Mr. Chair, Venezuelans once again showed on Sunday how determined they remain after years of challenges and setbacks to recover their democratic freedoms. Over 12 million voters went to the polls to participate in presidential elections that offered the Venezuelan people, for the first time in years, a real choice in their country, a real opportunity to move beyond its long-running crises. Despite the many obstacles that many colleagues here have already recounted, the Venezuelan people still turned out in great numbers to exercise their right to vote and to express their aspirations for a more democratic, prosperous, and stable future. We commend their courage and commitment to participate peacefully in the face of intense repression and adversity. On Sunday evening, Venezuelans' hopes for their election began to dim amid widespread reports of opposition party poll watchers being expelled from voting centers as votes were being tallied, among other irregularities. And then, after midnight, the Maduro-controlled National Electoral Council declared Nicolas Maduro the winner of the presidential election without releasing any detailed data or the precinct-level vote counts or actas that have always accompanied the CNE's election result announcements in the past. The partial results the CNE announced claiming they received 80% of actas ran completely contrary to pre-election polls, exit polls from the day of the election, multiple quick counts prepared by experienced domestic and international election observers, as well as the overall assessment of the Carter Center. All of these assessments clearly indicated Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia received millions more votes than Nicolas Maduro. Until last Sunday night, the CNE and Maduro supporters boasted that they had one of the most foolproof and auditable election systems in the world. Then, as polls closed, Venezuelans, election observers, and the international community immediately began demanding the CNE publish the results per precinct based on the tally sheets or actas in accordance with the CNE's own regulations. 3 days after the election, the CNE, Maduro, and his representatives have not shared any such data or evidence despite their own promise to do so. The period to do so under Venezuelan law has now expired. Well, why haven't they? The answer appears to be clear. Either they know the real results prove that Edmundo Gonzalez clearly won the election, so they don't want to share the results, or they know that the real results prove that Edmundo Gonzalez clearly won the election, and Maduro's CNE needs time to prepare falsified results to back their false assertion. The Maduro side has failed to produce any evidence of their assertion that foreign computer hackers or power failures have made it impossible to produce the official results nearly 3 days later. Venezuelan citizens supporting opposing candidates, however, have provided the best picture we have on what really happened. On election night, just as they have done in past elections, in adherence with Venezuela's electoral law, witnesses at polling tables throughout Venezuela collected electronic vote totals via the QR codes produced by the CNE voting machines, as well as physical copies of each tally sheet or acta. These are real Venezuelan votes. In the following hours and days, civil society organizations and the opposition compiled this detailed physical evidence, the entirety of which the opposition and others have publicly posted on the internet to include scans of the paper tally sheets or actas. As of yesterday, 24,045 of these actas obtained at each precinct had been uploaded to the internet, representing more than 80% of the 30,016 voting tables in Venezuela and more than 10.5 million of the votes cast on July 28th. The tabulation of these detailed results clearly show an irrefutable result. Edmundo Gonzalez won with 67% of these votes compared to 30% for Maduro, a margin of victory for Gonzalez of 39 million votes and 3.9 million votes and 37 percentage points. Simply put, there are not enough votes in remaining tally sheets or actas to overcome such a deficit. The CNE and Maduro's own poll watchers always had the same electronic data and their own copies of the same actas, but have chosen not to share them. Given the actual results, their reason for refusing to share them is obvious. With the irrefutable evidence based on the actas, everyone can see it is clear that Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia defeated Nicolas Maduro by millions of votes. This is not a projection. Even if Maduro won 100% of the votes in the less than 20% of the actas that remain to be published, he could not surpass Gonzalez's vote total thus far. Moreover, as others have cited, last night the Carter Center confirmed what millions of Venezuelans already knew. The election did not meet international standards of electoral integrity and cannot be considered democratic, rendering the CNE's announcement meaningless. So the actual result of Venezuela's presidential election is clear for all in Venezuela and around the world to see. Instead of recognizing the real election results or sharing detailed election details themselves, as Venezuelan civil society, the international community have requested for days, Maduro and his representatives have responded by launching political persecution of opposition members and use of force against peaceful Venezuelan demonstrators, the vast majority of whom are only insisting on electoral transparency and integrity. Frustrated Venezuelans have understandably taken to the streets to protest this naked act of election tampering. According to the NGO Foro Penal, there have been 11 deaths and 429 politically motivated arrests since the election. We call on all sides to reject violence and that all protests must be done peacefully. As we sit here today, dozens of opposition campaign workers are already in prison, and there are warrants out for the arrest of presidential candidate Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia and opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, among others. Arrests of these leaders will not only threaten their well-being and violate their fundamental rights, they will also violate the rights of all Venezuelans to freely choose their leaders and take us even further away from a peaceful, sustainable solution to ease the long-standing suffering of the people of Venezuela. Those who are in prison must be released, and this massive political repression must cease. Venezuelans' anger and frustration are understandable and should be addressed through greater transparency rather than repression. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, the international community is watching developments in Venezuela closely. The international community, and dare I say history, is watching us here at the OAS today. Millions of Venezuelans risking their lives and well-being for a better future are watching us here today. Our statements and actions today are a testament to the strength of our commitment to democracy and to rule of law, and ultimately to the strength of the inter-American system. But how can we believe Maduro's comments of this afternoon? At one moment he says they have 100% of the actas, and then he says they cannot release them due to a cyber attack. He and his representatives could still release all the information at the precinct level that supports their arguments, but they won't. In our own countries, we would demand transparency. Venezuelans have waited enough waited long enough for their true voices to be heard. Maduro and his representatives must recognize the actual results of the election they implemented and participated in. Given the overwhelming evidence obtained by documented proof of millions of votes cast, Maduro and his representatives should recognize Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia as the winner of the July 28th presidential election. Given the clear evidence, the world's government should also acknowledge Edmundo Gonzalez's overwhelming electoral victory. Those that fail to do so are only enabling Maduro and his representatives' attempt at massive fraud and disregard for the rule of law and democratic principles. Mr. Chairman, it pains me to address Maduro's deeply disturbing decision to expel diplomats from Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Peru, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay from Venezuela because their governments insisted on electoral transparency. I regret that our diplomatic colleagues must suffer this kind of disrespectful treatment and intolerance and disdain for constructive diplomatic engagement and expression. But this must not weaken our resolve in pursuing principled solutions that will, in the long run, strengthen relations between our nations. Mr. Chairman, we must continue to stand with the Venezuelan people and with democracy in Venezuela. We will continue to use diplomacy and coordinated actions with the international community to ensure respect for the wishes of the Venezuelan people as expressed at the ballot box. And we will continue to call for dialogue and transparency rather than violence and repression against the opposition, civil society, and those Venezuelans who are peacefully demanding that their rights be respected. With the support of the international community, the Venezuelan people can move toward a better future, a more democratic path, one with economic recovery, political stability, and prosperity for Venezuelans. We urge this body to remain seized with the situation, and we support the Venezuelan people at this critical moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Nichols. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil. Ambassador Belli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, on behalf of the government of Brazil, to state that regarding the 28 July elections, we'd like to express solidarity with the Venezuelan people who went massively to the polls to define their own future. Brazil reaffirms the fundamental principle of popular sovereignty to be observed by with impartial verification of the tally sheets. As indicated in a press note, 29 July, Brazil is awaiting publication by the National Electoral Council of disaggregated data by polling station, which is an essential step for the transparency, credibility, and legitimacy of the result of the elections. I note that President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva designated his lead international relations advisor, Ambassador Celso Amorim, to accompany the Venezuelan election on the ground. Brazil will continue to accompany the Venezuelan elections and will share information about the results, including in regional gatherings of Latin America. Brazil has followed with concern, in particular, the protests that have occurred in Venezuela and calls on all political and social actors to exercise the maximum of containment in public activities so as to avoid any escalation in violent episodes. We call on all political actors of Venezuela to proceed in keeping with public order and the right to peacefully demonstrate, with a view to ensuring an environment of dialogue that will contribute to democracy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, the distinguished ambassador of Brazil. Now I give the floor to the equally distinguished ambassador of Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking part in elections are important rights of every citizen eligible to take part in an election. We know that this individual right provides the people the opportunity to evaluate their governing political parties and either keep them for another term or choose other political parties to govern them. Elections are part of a democracy and should be fair, free, and transparent. not only on the day of the elections, but the whole process before, during, and after the voting. Many countries have and will organize general elections this year. The recent general election in Venezuela has drawn the attention of many in the world, and especially in our hemisphere. Many have expressed concern in preparation for these elections. The elections of last Sunday were a chance, therefore, for all Venezuelans to regain more confidence in the future of their country. Now that this general election has taken place, we believe that there should be no doubt of any kind with regard to the outcome and which candidate has gathered the majority of the votes. We believe that responsible electoral institutions must take this opportunity to take away existing doubts by presenting in a transparent manner the voting results. We note with concern the observations by the invited observer missions and their criticism with regard to the electoral process. The authorities in Venezuela must understand that the process which led to the election results has not been convincing and has even been contested. It is therefore in the interest of the authorities that the election process and results are validated by an independent body, and we urge the authorities to allow such an independent body to recount the votes. Certainty about the outcome will only serve to enhance democracy and electoral traditions. Without validation, it is expected that the election in Venezuela will lack legitimacy. We call on all relevant stakeholders to maintain peace, law, and order, and work towards dialogue in the society to alleviate identified concerns. The people of Venezuela must be honored by providing assurances that fit a functioning democracy. This includes the freedom of expression and safeguarding of their basic human rights. Mr. Chair, we are in favor of a united hemisphere where dialogue is the main tool of political communication. Regrettably, these events create division, but let us hope that we can still find common ground amidst difficult situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Suriname. And now the floor is given to the Ambassador of Bolivia.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Chair, and cordial greetings to the distinguished foreign ministers who are with us, as well as all of the distinguished colleagues. I'd like to begin my words on this important topic by noting, Mr. Chairman, that we jurists have the advantage of moving within certain certainties, the certainties that are given to us by law, justice, and especially the legal rules applicable to each specific case. These legal certainties, fortunately, are far from the political passions and circumstances that can often obstruct an objective view of the reality of the facts. Now, along these lines, the plurinational state of Bolivia considers that today, as always, we must base this dialogue on unlimited respect for international law. In light of this, we salute the rejection of the proposed resolution. We highlight 2 points. First, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, in fact and in the truth, ceased being a member state of the OAS on 28 April 2019, strictly applying Article 143 of the Charter of the OAS. Therefore, pursuant to international law, there would be no reason whatsoever for this Permanent Council and this organization as a whole to address or pronounce views on a state that ceased being a member of this organization more than 5 years ago. As we all know, there were innumerable and reproachable actions and simulations made to try to keep by force a state which legitimately had left this organization through a determination of its sovereign government, its real existing government. Truly far from reality situations have happened, such as recognizing a non-existent government as if it was valid. We went so far as to have an ambassador of a non-existent government here before, simply to justify the ideological position of some countries and to deny the reality that Venezuela had withdrawn from this organization as a matter of its sovereign decision. I invite you, as I did this morning, I invite all of you to review this document that was prepared by the mission of Antigua and Barbuda, which you represent and direct with such dignity, Chair, entitled Chronology of the Facts and Support Material Related to Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the Designation by Juan Guaido of a Representative to the OAS and the Consequences for the Organization. This document explains itself everything that has happened in relation to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in recent years in one of the darkest episodes in the history of this organization. Second, among the legal certainties to which I've made reference, we should bear in mind what's established in Article 1 of the Charter of the organization, which establishes the following. I'm going to read it textually. The Organization of American States has no powers other than those that are expressly conferred upon it by this charter, none of whose provisions authorize it to intervene in internal affairs of the member states. Article 3 establishes, and I quote, every state has the right to choose without external interference its political, economic, and social system and to organize itself in the way best suited to it, and has the duty to abstain from intervening in the affairs of another state. Subject to the foregoing, the American states shall cooperate fully among themselves, independently of the nature of their political, economic, and social systems. Finally, I should also note Article 19 of the Charter, which reads as follows. No state or group of states has the right to intervene directly or indirectly for any reason whatever in the internal or external affairs of any other state. The foregoing principle prohibits not only armed force, but also any other form of interference or attempted threat against the personality of the state or against its political, economic, and cultural elements. In view of the foregoing, even in the denied and not consented to case that we were to consider the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela still part of this organization, it is not appropriate to pass any resolution that would be ostensibly contrary to the rules I've just referred to, considering the non-acceptance of Venezuela and its absolute defenselessness here in this forum. Mr. Chairman, yesterday we learned of the report from the Department for Election Observation and Observation, DECO, and of the Secretariat for the Strengthening of Democracy, directed to the Secretary General regarding the presidential election in Venezuela. In this regard, the plurinational state of Bolivia, which was a direct victim of one of these reports, apocryphal reports, in 2019, categorically rejects it because of situations that go to both form and substance. In the form, as far as we know, Chair, there has been no determination by the governing bodies or by the member states of the Organization of American States that have entrusted the DECO with the drawing up of this report. As far as we know as well, any work of an electoral observation mission begins, above all else, with an agreement and acceptance by the relevant member of the organization. Now, in this case, as Venezuela is not even a member state, nor has it sought or accepted any electoral observation mission, much less agreed to accept it, there is no acceptance. And the activity by the DECO at its own initiative is not valid, and this simply diminishes the already diminished credibility of the institutions of the General Secretary of the OAS as regards its impartiality. And once again, I refer to the Bolivian case of 2019, which has been well known to this organization, Chair. Finally, and as to the substance, when one reads this report in detail, as I did, it's frightful on observing how, with no evidence, with no substantial objective evidence or element, based only on childish arguments, and vague in non-precise information, can On this basis, you cannot repudiate an election process and reach the terrible conclusion that, and I quote, the official results are not trustworthy or reliable, nor should they receive any democratic recognition, close quote. In view of all the foregoing, Mr. Chairman, the Bolivarian Republic of Bolivia has abstained and rejected the resolution put forth because this is not the valid forum for discussing or deciding anything about Venezuela. It's not that we've not had the will, as a distinguished foreign minister mentioned. Rather, we reject this forum as not suitable for speaking in favor of or against a situation that it is not up to us to speak of. So in this regard, we once again urge the OAS, its General Secretariat, and its institutions to always make sure that each and every one of its acts fits within the certainties provided to us by international law. We are certain, Chair, that only in this way will we be able to construct multilateralism that will be useful for our peoples, something which we still need to work on quite a bit, according to the analyses that we ourselves have shared time and again of our organization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Bolivia. And now I give the floor to the Ambassador of Honduras.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, distinguished Chairman of the Permanent Council, distinguished Secretary General, foreign ministers who are visiting us, fellow colleagues, ambassadors, delegates, and guests in general. The day has come that we were waiting for, which is this, and I want to say that with all respect for those who voted in favor and those who were absent and those of us who abstained. Here we respect one another a great deal, independent of any discrepancies we may have and how we vote. That does not create any distance among us. Our president, Xiomara Castro, congratulated the re-elected president, Nicolás Maduro, after the National Electoral Council announced his triumph. Just as she congratulated in due course President Abinader of the Dominican Republic, President Milei of Argentina, President Putin of Russia, Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, always after the respective electoral councils announced their victories. Now, certainly Antigua and Barbuda as well, among other countries, congratulated President Nicolás Maduro. There are several countries that think that the OAS isn't credible for a number of reasons. As regards our country, for example, in 2017, in the face of plenty of evidence, the Secretary General, Luis Almagro, asked that the elections be repeated. The United States and the European Union repudiated that petition, and then other countries were added to that. This caused suffering to our people. Honduras continues to be a member state. In the case of Venezuela, which is not a member state, we have only heard the arguments of one party. And when you don't hear both parties of a dispute, it's impossible to be an impartial judge. The OAS was not present in the elections. It wasn't invited. And that is a sovereign right that the nations have. Therefore, there are some who wish to issue a condemnation just based on hearsay, not because they have personal knowledge of it or have evidence without any expert reports. Plus, on Venezuela, there are precedents here in this hall. Here, a president was recognized who never was president, Guaidó. Indeed, there was an ambassador who was not an ambassador. You'll recall this. This was Don Gustavo. Let's not forget the recent case of another member state, the United States, which in its latest election, the losing candidate, Donald Trump, alleged fraud, which led to disturbances that we're all familiar with. It's my understanding that the OAS, in the face of those circumstances, did not have an emergency meeting for the winning party to show the evidence that it did not commit a fraud. So the question is, why, in the case of Venezuela, is the OAS so effective? One recent example from today is the absence of Mexico, both this morning and right now. I quote, "The permanent mission of Mexico to the Organization of American States kindly greets the Honorable Chair of the Permanent Council on occasion of making reference to the call to the special session of the Permanent Council to address the results of Venezuela's election process, to be carried out Wednesday, 31 July of 2024, that is to say, today, this meeting. In this regard, the permanent mission reports that due to the positioning of the General Secretary of the OAS issued this morning through a press release and its report on the election process in Venezuela, Mexico will not participate in that session because it considers that the conditions are not right for taking up this matter in a balanced and impartial manner. If we analyze what Mexico has said with all respect but with all great firmness, Chairman, Permanent Council, Secretary General, fellow ambassadors, delegates, guests, this meeting would have no raison d'etre, for the pronouncement referred to has been widely disseminated, and people assume that that is the position of the member states, even though it is not. This being the state of affairs, any resolution will have lost its relevance. The vote this afternoon, with all due respect for those who voted in favor, those of us who abstained, and those absent, has dissipated any doubt and left the position of the Permanent Council quite clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honduras. And now I give the floor to Canada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Canada greets the commitment of those Venezuelans who exercised their political rights last Sunday to decide their own future. The images of persons waiting in line for hours before the polling places were opened is a clear testimony of their democratic will. Not only have they participated in large numbers, probably one of the highest rates of participation in recent years, but they've done so peacefully. It's a clear sign of hope and of a desire for democracy in Venezuela.
Chair, we are deeply concerned by the lack of transparency of the National Electoral Council of Venezuela, CNE, which announced the victory of the incumbent President Maduro without providing any evidence that would allow for their verification. Venezuelan authorities need to respond to the credible reports of irregularities and the significant discrepancies between the officially reported results and other vote count methods and analysis, as well as the concerns expressed by the Carter Institute or Carter Center in the recent statement. Canada urges the CNE to provide immediate access to the voting records of all polling stations and to allow a comprehensive verification of the results in the presence of independent international observation organizations to ensure the will of the people is respected. Canada joins its voice to those calling Venezuelan authorities to stop repression. There are already reports, as others have mentioned, of at least 12 demonstrators killed and over 400 people detained for participating in protests. The security forces must ensure full respect for human rights, in particular the right to protest and the right to freedom of assembly. We call on Venezuelan authorities to exercise restraint in the days ahead and to ensure a post-electoral process that respects human rights and is free from violence. Canada regrets the absence of consensus on the recent failed resolution here today, given that this institution is best placed to support the democratic voice of the Venezuelan people. Venezuelans have endured an unprecedented economic, political, and social crisis for many years. Despite this, they have shown clearly their commitment to find a peaceful way out via elections. Their will must be respected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative of Canada. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, honorable ministers, colleague ambassadors, observers. The government of Guyana has taken note of developments in the neighboring Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela with regard to the elections held on 20th July 2024. We pay our respect to the Venezuelan people on the peaceful exercise of their democratic franchise. We note the declaration made by the National Electoral Council, as well as claims made by opposition parties regarding the results of the elections, and express the hope that the issues in question would be peacefully resolved through a transparent process of verification. Guyana reaffirms its commitment to democratic values and to the guarantee of the integrity of the electoral processes with a view to ensuring that the will of the people is respected. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Guyana. And now I give the floor to the distinguished ambassador of Costa Rica.
Distinguidos señores.
Distinguished Ministers of Foreign Affairs, permanent representatives, Secretary General, delegates. We find ourselves at a crucial moment for Venezuela and for our region. The recent election has given rise to profound concern internationally. The governments of Argentina, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, among many others in the region and outside of the region, have expressed our serious concern over the way in which these elections have unfolded, and we have demanded a complete review of the results under the supervision of recognized and independent election observers. It's essential to ensure that the will of the Venezuelan people be respected. They have participated massively and peacefully in this process. The vote count should be done with complete transparency, and the results should not leave any doubt as to their legitimacy. The OAS Charter, which is binding on us all, states that representative democracy is an essential condition for stability, peace, and development of the region. This means that we, the member states of the organization, must have the capacity to demand transparency, pluralism, and verification of the results in an election which, from all appearances, has lacked the minimum guarantees so as to be able to declare its legitimacy. As has been mentioned by various speakers who've preceded me in taking the floor today, the Carter Center, which was invited by the National Electoral Council of Venezuela, has indicated that the election was not in line with international parameters and standards of electoral integrity. Its report indicates that this election process cannot be considered democratic, and that it is notorious that the authorities of the Electoral Council have shown partiality in favor of Nicolás Maduro and an attitude contrary to the opposition candidates. Chairman, my delegation profoundly laments that this permanent council has not been able to find common ground in the face of the unfortunate events of last July 28th, and which are continuing. One more affront to democracy that has unleashed a wave of violence and retaliation. We're concerned that the regime of Nicolás Maduro, through the Second Court on Terrorism for the metropolitan area of Caracas, has implemented arrest warrant against Maria Corina Machado, leader of the opposition. For that reason, the government of the Republic of Costa Rica yesterday spoke out through our foreign minister, Arnoldo André Tinoco. It offered Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo González political asylum. We urge the Maduro regime to conduct this election through a rectification and to allow independent international verification and to respect the will of Venezuelans, which has been expressed at the polls. To conclude, I'd like to recall what Simón Bolívar said when he said that continuation of the authority in the same individual has often been the end of democratic governments. Bolívar's legacy resides not only in his victories in the battlefield, but in his lasting belief in democracy as the path to freedom and stability. Today, lamentably, this Permanent Council has failed to defend democracy when it has been needed the most. That is all, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I will open the floor to the distinguished observers, and I will start with the most distinguished representative of Italy.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished ministers, Secretary General, colleagues. The Permanent Observer Mission of Italy wishes to add its voice to today's important debate. The Italian government and the entire Italian Parliament are following closely and with deep concern the situation in Venezuela, where a vast Italian community is established. As the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Antonio Tajani, repeatedly stated, and in line with the position expressed by the European Union, we commend the determination of the people of Venezuela to exercise their voting rights in large numbers and the opposition commitment to a fair and peaceful electoral process. As indicated also in today's statement by the foreign ministers of the G7 under the Italian presidency, the electoral results must reflect the will of the Venezuelan people. We reiterate the request to the Venezuelan authorities to publish the detailed electoral results in full transparency and immediately share them with the opposition and independent observers. At this delicate juncture, we underline the need to maintain peace in the Venezuelan society and call on the Venezuelan authorities to ensure the respect of human rights, including the right to peaceful demonstrations, and assure the safety and protection of all members of the opposition. As the process unfolds, we call for the maximum restraint and for a peaceful, democratic, and Venezuelan-led solution. In closing, I would like to highlight the central role of our Latin American and Caribbean partners in such difficult times in Venezuela, and I wish to assure that Italy remains fully engaged to contribute to restoring the democratic legitimacy of the Venezuelan institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the Holy See.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of the Holy See appreciates the urgent meeting held of this special session of the Permanent Council because of the presidential elections held in Venezuela on the 28th of July. We have taken note of the non-adoption of the resolution proposed on the elections in Venezuela, and we also recognize the contribution of the various delegations. The Holy See echoes what was expressed by the conference in the communique, in which we see the democratic vocation of the Venezuelan people, which has been shown with the massive civic participation and turnout of all Venezuelans in the electoral process. That said, the expression of the various positions and voices should be done peacefully, with all due respect and tolerance that have thus far reigned. The Holy See is in favor of active participation, full-fledged participation and dialogue of all political stakeholders that are involved in this process and that can move towards overcoming the current situation and witnesses the democratic and hopes for the democratic brotherly living together in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Thank you very much, foreign ministers, ambassadors, permanent representatives, dear colleagues. France, with the European Union, follows very closely the post-electoral events in Venezuela. We are very concerned with the violence that has taken hold in the country, especially in Caracas, and has led to the death of many people as well as the detention of many protesters. Mr. Chairman, the presidential elections held on the 28th of July, the Venezuelan people expressed peacefully their choice that should be respected. France, with full application of the Venezuelan application for elections would like the full-fledged publication of the tally sheets from the polling stations. Only total transparency of the electoral process can guarantee the trustworthiness of the tally and the respect of the voters, so that they will transparently move ahead with this democratic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to two other prominent observers, starting with Portugal.
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you. I will speak in Portuguese.
Mr. Chairman, foreign ministers, and other delegates, Portugal very attentively is following the events that are taking place in Venezuela. And we would like to underscore the position, the unequivocal position where we base this impartiality and call for impartiality, unbiased of the votes, and that Venezuelans turned out in massive numbers with results. We believe that the OAS plays a very important role in this, looking at the rule of law, which should prevail at this critical time. Naturally, we are very clear of the roles played and on the 29th, and considering that the results do not represent the Venezuelan people, if the results are not verified and published, so that we have all of the data for the votes that took place. All of the electoral information will ensure legitimacy of the final results of these elections and will respect the Venezuelan people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Foreign Ministers, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, the General Secretary, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Federal Republic of Germany, I want to express our solidarity with the people of Venezuela who peacefully and in larger numbers exercised their right to vote on Sunday. I would like to echo the concerns my European colleague raised and reiterate that the results of the election must reflect the will of the Venezuelan people. Germany therefore calls on the relevant representatives to publish the detailed results in full transparency and to share all relevant information. We urge the Venezuelan security forces to de-escalate the situation and to respect international human rights, especially the right for peaceful assembly. Violence of any kind has no place in the democratic process. Germany is convinced that a democratic Venezuela is in the best interest of its people and calls on all actors to respect democratic norms and standards. Our embassy in Caracas will continue to closely monitor the situation in the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I am pleased to give the floor to the Distinguished Secretary General, Luis Almagro.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the topic of Venezuela is a topic that the organization has lived with for a long time, with clashes that we don't want to be repeated. It was very costly for the organization, and today we have to avoid at all costs that this is repeated in the future. Every position deserves the greatest respect within the framework of political dialogue that this forum allows for. Absolutely pluralistic, absolutely politically diverse. We truly value the quest for consensus, as you have underscored, Mr. Chairman, For the Secretary General, it's very important to have public opinion and that it trusts the Permanent Council. This is key. Credibility of the Secretary General by itself cannot reflect anybody's spirit. There's no shadow of a doubt that we want the best. We all want the best for Venezuela. If Venezuela is bad, it's bad for everyone in the region. It's a regional issue, but this organization has the tools to deal with it. And we have showed this in the case of Guatemala, when collectively and in a coordinated way, we act in defense of democracy. Venezuelans are observing in the hope that we can defend the will expressed at the ballot box last Sunday. We are seeing repression. This is what we are witnessing. The ideological differences based on principles to save Guatemalan democracy took place. Now Venezuela needs the same conviction of the essence of democracy throughout the region and by the region. It's crucial to understand the technical nuances of the Venezuelan electoral system to propose effective and adequate actions. As the General Assembly resolution of 2020 was approved, it asked the Secretary General to present periodic reports on the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And in compliance with this resolution, other resolutions on this topic, with pertinent recommendations, these are crucial for us. We are going to continue to work along those lines. Democracy and human rights are institutional commitments with the Charter, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, with the Conventions of Human Rights. The report of DECO is based on facts. The facts show the reality. They inform political opinion, but they don't point that any party won. These principles are missing, but these are the fundamentals that we have to respect. It's pointless if the facts speak in favor of one or another. We have to go with the facts presented by DECO. Sometimes they affect the right, the left, or the center, but we have to be based on the facts and on the observation thereof. If we don't, things are going to be false. But to hide the unrefutable facts, we don't want to do that and then judge. The Carter Center has been there and done its work. There's the need for a precise move forward. There are codes for the Americas, and this code is the identification of the tally sheets. The database that exists will lead towards verification, and this is for every polling station, particularly in the codex. You can find a digital form which will authenticate the documents, and the voting machines call for tallies, and we cannot have the same thing happen twice, so we cannot have the machines print twice. You need a key to get to the information, or a password, as it were, to get the information. What is happening is very rare indeed, and in the final analysis, it's really very bizarre what is happening. If this happened in each and every one of our countries, what would we say? What would we say 3 days after you don't have the tally sheets that can declare the winner? 3 days after you don't have the tally sheets that can state who the winner of an election is. So we can discuss here, how much time are we going to give until we have the new tally sheets? Well, we're going to give 2 more days, 2 more weeks, or we're going to give 2 more weeks. Technically, how much more time do we need? How much time do we technically need to come up with the tally sheets? Now, if the Electoral Court of my country 3 days afterwards doesn't have the tally sheets that are submitted, I don't really want to know what is gone. This is totally unusual. It's devastating for democracy. It's really basic. It's devastating. We don't like these kind of facts. Maybe we don't like them, but these are the facts. These are the facts. When we moved on in the midst of the elections on Sunday, the DECO director wrote me, this is Honduras in 2017, we didn't have the electoral data. We didn't have the electoral information. It didn't come out. Now, not too long ago, people would remember in 2017, Honduras had electoral fraud. That's what they went through. And Mr. Luis Alacid said was the first one to recognize this, and when through the organization this fraud was clearly pinpointed and shown. Thanks for the reference. Today our request for correctness, which is what the organization asked for at that time. This lasted the entire night, and on the 23 hours that didn't come up with a report with any facts. The report was really very long. Practically, it was impossible, but this is record time. 3 days. 3 days. This is an absolute record without having the tally sheets. 3 days without having any transmission of the results. This is a record. I mean, this really is a record, so that the electoral authorities have to publish as soon as possible the electoral results. It is urgent. It is very worrisome that the electoral authorities haven't yet published anything. The publication would, or lack thereof, is irresponsible by the National Electoral Council. It's negligent in terms of how they play their role and flies in the face of transparency. The electoral organization doesn't have the tally sheets, as I've already mentioned today. The issue is that the tally sheets are costing lives. In 48 hours, there have been 17 murders. How much more time are we going to give for the tally sheets to appear? How many more deaths? We need those tally sheets. It's obviously being considered the tally sheets that were handed over to the members of the top table and the verification by citizens, but the tally sheets were published on the website. Well, obviously, there have been other attacks, people who are being imprisoned whilst we speak, right now, as I speak. The top table authorities for elections were or have been imprisoned. What kind of democracy can support nor tolerate this? We have to look at these facts. Maybe there'll be more attacks on that as well. My heart is big. Everybody fits there. People who want to harm me, other people, but we all need to pay with love and magnanimity. But I should also like to say that, bearing in mind the state and where the investigation is by the courts, it's high time for them to step forward and make accountable those who are responsible, including Maduro, who was cynical in terms of applying repression. Maduro unleashed a bloodbath, and he's doing it. 17 dead already. I recognize that this was something that really struck me when it was mentioned. Something else strikes me when it takes place, and that is there is premeditation behind all of this. advantages, but it's time for justice, and we're going to demand that these warrants and all of those who want to refer to these things should not be overlooked. Others will be welcomed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for that very important statement. Now, colleagues, we have come to the end of a very long day. We started at 10 o'clock this morning, and I think it's, what, 8:45 now? So we have spent a very long time on this subject. Now, I'd like, if I may, to make a few observations. First of all, as the Americans say, this is not my first rodeo. In 10 years in this organization, we have debated many subjects and looked at democracy, human rights, and the rule of law very carefully. Over that period of time, as happened today, there are differences amongst our states. And every state that arrives at a position on which it votes arrives at that position out of circumstances, which no one should discount. Your circumstances are as important as the next person's. And that is what we have to bear in mind. Now, one of our colleagues here this evening said that this Permanent Council failed democracy. I disagree. This Permanent Council showed itself to be democratic. It had a full discussion of this matter, and everybody who spoke aired their views freely. Some more freely than others, because we had for the first time in this place that I've ever heard, apart from incidentally when the Venezuelan delegation was here, threats being issued to people and attacks being made on them because they chose to vote another way. That is not democracy. Now, some of us do not believe that Venezuela has a rightful place in this organization. And we've been saying so since 2019. Many countries in this room have supported Venezuela or not supported Venezuela like a chameleon. They've changed their positions. But we were within, and I think this is important for me to say at the end of this meeting, we were within a hair's whisker of a consensus resolution today on Venezuela. We did not get there because of people's inflexibility on one point. That one point, in the chair's view, was not worth the resolution we lost. Nonetheless, it was a position taken up by certain countries because of their passion, because of their strong feelings that they could not overcome in order to achieve a broader objective. That was their right. They exercised it. But in the process, we did not have a resolution. I am not disheartened by this, however, and I would urge everyone in this room not to be disheartened by it either. We have been this route before. But once democracy is at stake anywhere in the world, once freedom is at stake anywhere in the world, this Permanent Council will have to address it. And Venezuela, in its circumstances, are not off the agenda of the OAS, and not off the agenda of this Permanent Council. There will be other resolutions and other meetings. And I just hope that when we come to that, we will come to it with an understanding of each other's perspective of matters, try to accommodate one another to achieve the consensus that dictates whether or not resolutions and declarations and positions succeed in this organization. Flexibility was what was needed here today. Unfortunately, flexibility died on one point and one point only. That was regrettable. And I, like everybody else, lament the fact that we did not achieve it. But I do not believe all is lost. It is within the capacity of this organization, as we've shown on numerous occasions in other places, in Guyana, when there were disputed elections. And we stayed the course for 8 long months to ensure that a recount was done and the government that was elected went into office. We did it in Guatemala just recently, where we patiently and painstakingly worked with all parties to make sure that at the end of the day, there was a legitimately elected president in place in Guatemala. All of this can happen again. Flexibility, respect, not bullying, not threats, is what will make us work together. So I leave that meeting with this. We're as much regret as anybody else that we did not succeed in sending a strong message together to Venezuela. But messages were sent nonetheless. So this is not a meeting that should be regarded as a failure. We tried, and we will try again. And that is the one thought with which I'd like to leave you. I think that it concludes this meeting. I thank you all for your participation. The meeting is now adjourned. Adjourned.